Welcome one and all to the broadcast. I'm Max Dowling, your baffled time-traveling host. And today, we are drawing. As requested by Eda, I will be drawing Sir William and Ray, who I was working on, oh heavens, in February. I started this on Valentine's Day. So, it's been a bit. I've also realised something's going very odd with this leg. I need to fix it. Oh yes, I have the colours from a different drawing I was doing. But anyway, aside from the awful sickness, I hope that you've been alright. Yes, this is the right one. I found out just a little while ago, I discovered that the United States copyright law is such that recordings made back in my era, back in the 1930s, will not be public domain until 100 years after they were first recorded and published, which I think is ridiculous. The people who made them are already dead. What good does it do them for it to still be under copyright? Oh, would you rather? Big food and watching Corpse Brides, I think I'll be okay. That's good. At least you get to just kind of do nothing. I hope it doesn't take your whole weekend, though. Would you rather be able to control fire or air? I mean, being able to control air is, I think, rather more lethal, but lethality is not usually an important consideration for me. I don't intend to be killing people generally. Besides, you can still kill people with fire in a pinch. Wait, I guess, so if it's just controlling it, then, I mean, you can't make it, then I would rather control air, because you're going to find rather more of that around. So we just erase more of that, and then we just don't actually define it all that much, and it's fine. You just don't need to define it, and then it's who knows what's going on there. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Okay, so I have this starting to go more like that, but I think we're going to adjust that to be back to going this way. That effect. There. Something like that. That's an awfully thick leg, I realise. Maybe this should... Is that... Something more reasonable shape. There we go. You know, I realise I've never actually seen The Corpse Bride. I've seen a lot of conversation around it, a lot of references to it, but I've never personally watched it. It's fine, there's going to be a pen around this anyway. I feel like I'm struggling to get this to be at a bit of an angle. I had it exactly head on at first, now it's exactly the side. I don't actually want either of those. Yeah, good enough. Okay. Let's see, that one's very thick then, though. because, let me look at my little reference. Okay, yes, full pants in. Oh. Probably a bit then. So you have a bit on the thicker side. Okay, dark red. It's quite the redesign that Ada did for these. Well, mostly for Sir William. It's not like Grey ever had a very particular style of fashion. So here we have that about. Then that means that there. That's what I just wanted to see. Well, that doesn't show laces or anything, but I know there would be laces, so. That would be about where we would be seeing them. Something like that. Yeah, meeting in something like that. Oh, that's what the other line was. It was the other leg. I'm going to worry overly about how that point should work. Roll selection tool. Right. Oh yeah. That'll be fine. Yeah. It's fine, don't worry about it, don't need to be too specific. Okay, there's the general shape. We have the bench done. Sufficiently done. It's fine. We have hair on both with the checklist with scarf. There's. Oh, is that what that line is? That's for the... Ah, yes. These are supposed to be necklaces. Which they're wearing. I don't know, rather like chokers. Still overlapping that. And by that here, no longer overlapping. That effect, that's bad. Hell necklaces above the collar is interesting. But I mean, it's not like you can put it below, you don't even see it on Grey. There we're having the overlapping again, going the other way. Really see that last one. Yeah, really can't see this. There we go. Something of that sort. There's one pearl necklace. Now, that's great, that's great. Pearl necklace for you as well. I'm going to make Grey's pearl necklace a bit chunkier. I feel like that suits Grey. I think Sir William is more understated, and that Grey is not ever anywhere close to understated. Which is ironic, given the name. Grey is far from grey or beige. Well, it's not quite large enough. I feel like Grey's friends would have ended up having questions about how he ended up with Sir William. Like, as you, the most flamboyant of men and all gender fluid people, and this one, no offense at all to you, Sir William, just, you know, very opposites. I need to figure out what the heavens I'm doing with Sir William's mouth. I never have been great at drawing open-mouth expressions. No. I suppose I've backed myself into a corner with that hairstyle, haven't I? Kind of. Well, no, maybe I can get away with not giving Sir William an out. Okay. It's a little bit funky, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's not. It's fine. It's not. No, what's wrong? I need to fix that. What is the best advice you have been given? I think that the best advice, and this is probably going to seem rather simple, but it was genuinely just essentially being given permission to cry. That it is perfectly fine, when you're sad and hurt about a thing, to express that. This is something that I used to struggle with somewhat, in part because I guess I felt like I didn't, not exactly that I didn't have the right to be upset by things, but that me being upset by what others did was something that I should keep to myself because me being upset might hurt them, which is a particularly high level of people pleaser that I have, thank heavens, at least to some degree moved past, because that's not healthy. Yeah, just, you're allowed to be upset by things, you're allowed to be hurt by what people say and do. It's, and being upset by something is not, it's not aggression. Not that I thought that it was. I know, obviously, there are people who will use their own hurt offensively. They will use it as a way of silencing people, whatnot. But nonetheless, especially when the other person's not around and you don't need to, you're not in a position where you're trying to navigate the complexities of the situation, where you're alone, or you're with some other friend and you're venting, etc., you're allowed to be upset. Just be upset. It's fine. It will actually be easier most of the time to deal with things in a level-headed fashion if you've given yourself the space to be upset by it. Even if later you realise, oh, well, that wasn't a big deal, or, oh, well, what they did make perfect sense and it wasn't meant to hurt me, or, hey, I was seeing that completely wrong and, they weren't being hurtful. Now that I understand it, it's still valuable to let yourself feel those emotions, because if you don't express them, if you don't process them, it doesn't actually get rid of them. It just makes it so that you are less cognizant about how they are affecting you. And that makes it much more difficult to actually have a rational conversation about them. You need to know your emotions before you can, deal with the things that cause them. This isn't really all that important. Erasing these lines, that is. It will just make it a little easier when I'm making the sketch, because there will be fewer random lines everywhere. So much. There we go. Aiden! Hello there! Look at what I'm working on. I figured you'd be happy with this. I do need to fix that arm. But I think the big thing see, that's not like yeah, yes. Also another yes. How many alts do you have, by the way? This seems a little excessive. Just lifting invitation. I appreciate it, though I am a little confused as to why you have to keep making alts to watch me. Is something happening to your other accounts? Fun. Oh, just for all the names, is that it? Okay, that's a little better. Of the game, so nobody can have the names. Oh, I see. Like when people just claim URLs just so that they can be the one to own them. It doesn't matter. It's all in my name. Don't tell me anything. I have not seen it. I won't get to see it probably for another day or two. You're not the only person who's been... One of my good friends who has seen it It's been like, oh my goodness, that episode. She hasn't said anything. She hasn't told me anything about it. Good heavens. I know it's going to be quite something. And now I have to avoid going on social media until I can watch it. Because I know there will be spoilers. Okay. I think I have all of the line work that I need. That's it, we've got... I should probably include some sort of... chain or something for the monocle? The Jolly... yeah, the ending music of The Amazing Digital Circus is genius for the heavy episodes. Just absolutely incredible. So because normally the chain of a monocle goes inside of your jacket, but Sir William's not wearing a jacket here. So I'm not sure what to connect it to. It's even got a waistcoat. It's worse. That does not surprise me. That does not surprise me. It's well, now, don't give anything away, all right? It's wrong, Helen. I'm amazed that I accidentally made the exact same S shape there. Oh right, this. I need to figure something out. Just getting around there. So it can be more like him talking. Okay, now that's not going to work. Make that smaller. Oh, now, Sir William, cooperate with me. In for fun. 30 minutes! Oh, it's long! Excellent. That's not quite it, is it? Yeah, these lips are a bit too thin, like that. I'm not used to drawing lips quite like this. Or I guess drawing lips in general. Just a little more. Thickness here. Let's see. Yeah, that's not looking good. I don't know how long I can control Z before it stops working. I think we're just going to do his lips just with colour, as opposed to... So not with line work, just with shading. Oops. That still makes it. It still looks like teeth. It's not supposed to be teeth. Oops. Oh, eat it. Eat it. So, I was looking at music today, specifically music from, my era, and I have discovered that recordings of music, specifically from, about the 20s to the 40s, their copyright expires after 100 years. A full century. So music from 1933 will not be public domain until 2033. Which feels a bit excessive because they're all already dead. It's not like any of the people who made it are profiting off of that. So, conceivably, when you'll be graduating university, music from the year that I came from will finally be in the public domain. Yeah, that way. Just... Hey, why did I need to get that specific? This isn't even the line work layer, that's the sketch. Alright, I think we have everything. It's sweaters, a scarf. I haven't drawn the little hearts on the scarf, perhaps I should. It is, after all, a Valentine's Day drawing originally. Yeah. I mean, well, no. I would not be in my early 30s by then. I would be in my mid-30s, wouldn't I? That's 7 years from now? I'd be like 35. Yeah, so, in other words, it's going to be a while. I mean, luckily I'm intending to still be streaming then, but still. I did not anticipate this many copyright concerns. What's this? This scarf doesn't seem to have any hearts on the little part there, so we're not going to add it. I'm going to imagine that it's only on one side, perhaps. Oh, Cirilla! Hello there, my dear. You'll be 19? No, that doesn't sound... Doesn't sound right. No, you'd be older than that. Because if it'd be in 7 years, so you'd be like, yeah. You'd be in your early 20s, I think. It's possible. I'll have to do the math, but it's possible that you'll be allowed to drink before I'll be allowed to use songs from my own year. You know, like age. What's wrong with age? Personally, I quite enjoy growing older, I'll be honest. I know a lot of people get very worried about it, especially turning, you know, the new decades. But I don't know, there's something exciting about it. Oh yeah, little guest. Wait, he isn't already? How young was he when he had your eldest brother? So I feel like most people with adult children... Dad's 43. How old is... Because I know that you have an adult sibling. How young were they? Like, I know your mother was young, but I forgot how old your father was. I guess it's possible that your adult sibling is very early into adulthood. It's not like you've ever told me how old he is. Oh, dang it, I need to do the other... Okay. It's in his 20s. Yeah, so I guess you just... Assuming early 20s, I suppose that just means that your father was also in his early 20s. Or late teens. I don't even know when my father was born, if I'm honest. But my father was already in his 50s when I came to the 21st century. Yeah, see, I remember that part. I just don't remember how your father was. Wait, no. Copy. It's going to activate something like that. All this. That would put them really at the edge of the bench, which wouldn't make much sense. Yes. Okay, so young to be a parent. Doesn't make the age gap not questionable, but young. So I suppose that makes sense. That's just a lot of... That's a lot of kids. People... Well, I suppose that's a lot of kids, period. I say as though I didn't come from a place where the average number of children is about how many your family has. It's just that the people in my life nowadays don't, well, most of them don't want children to begin with. You know, it's one of those age gaps that at the age that they are now, completely normal. But, you know. Okay, so I made what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab this section. Those are going different. These are not the same. These are different angles. That's a bit of an issue. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to erase it. So that's just that. Oh, is that so? You didn't like that? My parents also had a child 10 years after me. I didn't mind though. Would you have been more okay with it if the baby had been a girl? Wait, so your family, if I understand correctly, is boy, boy, girl, boy, yes? Okay, now I'm going to paste this. And we're going to need to find kind of a middle ground between this angle and that being completely flat. So what I'm going to do is that's bigger than we need. Mine was 1.6. There we go. Oh, okay, I missed one of the boys. Right, because your family had 5. Yeah, I feel like I was technically aware that there was another sibling, but I kind of forgot about that one. Fair enough. So, let's try this. That. That. Figure out where the shape does whatever it does. Oh. Maybe I shouldn't have raised that yet. Oh well. That's fair. You're not going to get along with everyone. Even if their family. Perhaps especially the family. That, okay. So many lines. I feel like this line isn't quite making sense for this bench. These lines are not going to be parallel. Just ignore it. It's fine. Me and my military brother bond over music, me and Toaster bond over games, me and little brother getting to know each other. Yeah, a little different with one of them, so tiny. Working brother? Just don't have anything to click on. What a trait to be watered down to. Like, yeah, that one has a job. That's quite funny. What's that? This layer? Wait. That's the layer. Well, I guess we've lined it up fairly well then. Okay, there's the line. Oh, well, actually, that's too much, isn't it? Okay. Unless you want popular brother, he's the definition of popular kid stereotype. Blonde, a football player, and works with machines in his free time. I see. What kind of machines? Fair enough. I don't think any of my siblings could have been considered to be popular kid stereotype. They're all pretty odd. Just machines, okay. Fascinating. I have a solution to the issue. Oh, it's going to be behind legs. We won't worry. Okay, so if we grab, where's the? Oh, the other legs. There we go. This one, I'm going to make a duplicate of it. Excellent. Aha. Yes. Okay. Would you rather never eat Christmas cookies again or never eat Halloween candy ever again? Oh. Oh, that's hard. I like both of those quite a lot. Which do I take? But I love cookies. But I love candy corn. 90%. Well, I mean, it is Friday, so I suppose it makes sense. Okay. That fixes the issue. That's... Yeah, everything's now parallel, or at least parallel-ish. So, this is generally going to be behind them, but at some point, Bench is going to need to have another leg, and that will also mean having a back. I can't really see that. The back's going to be somewhere over there. I don't have to draw the back of the chair. The chair is hidden behind. Well, that doesn't feel quite right, but I know that makes... Physically, that checks out. Unless I want to move this further. Which, like, I could. Oh, yeah, because the leg is there, so I probably shouldn't I? No. Yeah, I should. Ah, welcome back, Cirilla. So when he has more free time, which he should be getting more free time soon. So I'll ask him next month when would work for him. Okay, so the way to actually figure out where this is. Oh, heaps. I guess I've got it pretty well lined up then. Well, not perfect, but pretty decent. Okay, now with all of that, I need to find a new place for the bag, which this is looking like I'll actually have to draw part of it. Maybe I shouldn't let it get quite that small. I'm curious what sorts of things you would want to ask Derek. I don't know why these shapes are relatively common on benches, this curve. I don't know why. They're not comfortable. I've sat in them. I would know. They're very uncomfortable. want where my shoulder blades are to be poking out at me. It's a bizarre design. The radio listeners yearn for a surprise guest. Well, if he's to be a surprise guest, then perhaps I shouldn't tell you it. Since Cirilla has much to go to. She keeps despairing. I have made a bit of a mess of a sketch here. Oh, no. I feel like that would fuddle him slightly, but he's very good at thinking on his feet, so I'm sure he'd do fine with coming up with an answer. Okay, bench finished. Fantastic time for the line art. The actual line art. Oh, hold on a second. That's no. Oh, there we go. Make went away for that. Bit of a more graceful curve, I think. To be fair, he might not recall how old you are. He might not know that you're a little girl. Like, I've mentioned you to him. I don't know how much he remembers about, like, actual details about you. I'm not sure if I told them how old you are. Okay. I'm just looking at the hands interacting there, and it's going to be a pain. But we're not going to worry about that. Oh dang it, that's actually supposed to be built. I suppose I ought to claim at least that it's just something basic for the belt. It's going to be much, but I suppose belts are generally quite a bit smaller than that. Person in the comments says, I see you personal questions, don't worry, it's literally just a high skill. I mean, to be fair, I don't think he'll be surprised if he shows up for Q&A and people ask him questions. That does seem fairly predictable. As far as outcomes go. Oh, it's almost time for an ad. Okay, do I have anything else that I need to do? No, I think that is enough on the sketching, and we are ready. What the heavens even are these? Oh, these are those are the hand things. We are going to... Wait, no, that's wrong. Okay. Sketch! There we go. Line work. Perfect. Judging it based off his favourite colour? I'm curious what your judgment's going to be. Alright, well, apparently we will do the line work after these ads. I'll see you in just a few minutes after these words from our sponsors. Not sponsored by these people, I don't know who's going to give you ads. See you in a few minutes. Hello there. So, I spoke to Derek. He says that sometime next month would work for him. So, we have at least a general month. Oh, Lemon, hello there. Oh, you got the new laptop charger already? Oh, how sweet. I hope that your girlfriend is doing well, and I hope you are too. How's your day been? What was I doing? Oh yes, line work. We're going to start with... I need to abbreviate. So, William... Shit. Oh no, not allergies. Sir William and Gray. Gray is an OC of, Edith. Yes, who is... Now, question Edith, has it become canon that Gray is gender fluid? Understandable. I imagine she wouldn't appreciate it very much. Alright, I remember you talking about it before. I didn't remember if you'd decided yet. Yeah, so we have the gender fluid Grey has seen a bit more femme presenting, and Sir William, but as a human person. My thickness might be a little too much. We're going to lower that. Fine. Yes. That. Decent stuff. Yeah, Edith likes making designs of Sir William and Grey, and this is not the most recent redesign. It's the previous iteration. But yes. I started this drawing on Valentine's Day, and then forgot to get back to it. Actually. Buff there as it tucks into the shirt, into the pants rather. Yeah, a fair question. Yeah, I think that Edie and I both aesthetically prefer the E version. I don't know why, it just looks a little bit... It looks slightly more sophisticated to me. The A version feels rounder. Though I was noticing, Edith, that Grey, despite being named that, is anything but bland. Very flashy person, certainly. Yeah, that would be fine. That's largely going to be hidden by this. Those are really completed. A little harder to see the collar on that side. There we are. And the rest of it will be by the pearls, I think. I might move the pearls slightly up. I don't know. We'll figure that out. Actually, scooch this all further that way. Decent enough. There works. If only I hadn't made so many lines. I should have it a bit more cut away so that it doesn't get in the way of this. Yeah, we're going to do that. How do I call her? I'm not terribly partial to them, but it should work well for this. Luckily, it's going to really be pretty much completely covered by that. Alright. Oh, random question. What is the most ridiculous thing you have seen a stranger do? Ah, Star! Hello there, little. How are you doing? And yes, yaoi. We have Sir William and Grey. Yeah, believe it or not, I think most of the strangest things that I have seen have actually been done by friends of mine as opposed to by strangers. There we go. I don't watch what strangers do. Let's bring this in just a bit so it doesn't stick out quite as far. What have you been up to, Star? There we are. Excellent. It's technically that should probably be rounded. We're going to ignore that. This needs to get up a little bit. There, much better. Yeah, honestly, I don't do a whole lot of watching strangers either, and I don't go outside very much. So I don't usually witness people doing strange things. I've heard stories from other people, but I don't usually witness them myself. Unless you count online. I mean, I've seen people do very bizarre things online. But that's a bit of a different situation. I don't know quite how it is. Alright, because we had this sleep. Oh, the sleep. Starting from that's. Oh, right, I completely forgot. That's actually ending that. That. Excellent. Grace and Lexis Christina. I attest to name and sorry for the random pause. Well, it's good to know that he has a full name. There we go. Line work. That. Second go. Yeah. Yeah, I had to redo this one hand so many times. Hands are difficult. Oh, Lemon, Little, I need to tell you about what I was telling Ada earlier. I've been doing research on public domain and music and all that. And in particular, what I've been looking at is when musical recordings become public domain. And my wake on table froze entirely. What I've discovered is that the recordings do not become public domain for a ridiculous amount of time. Well, of course, that is Sir William Squilliam Larium Sensilium the First. Yeah, so a recording made in the year that I am from, 1933, would not become public domain until 2033. They're protected for a whole 100 years, and apparently after 1947 they're protected for 110 years, which is, they're not alive. The people who made them are not alive. Why does it matter for them? Why do they need to stay not in the public domain? Why do they need to stay? Why do they need to stay copyrighted? I do not understand. It feels excessive. Of course, don't get me wrong, I do know the reason why. The reason why is things like Disney. Yeah, did you hear? There was, for quite a while, the original, Rider-Waite Tarot, was claimed to be under copyright falsely. Because the person who had owned the copyright had died quite a while prior, but they, the company who had owned the copyright, who had ended up with it, claimed that the copyright wouldn't expire until the artist who worked on it, until, basically, since she, yes, there we go. Since she had survived the person who held the copyright, they're saying, oh, well, you know, when hers would expire, the copyright expires on this particular set of images. But the thing was, she never held the copyright. It had been a, single contract. And so, if they had held that it wouldn't have gone into public domain for another several years, but some people actually challenged them in court about it, and were able to prove that they did not, in fact, have the copyright, because companies will say that they have copyrights that they do not actually have, because so long as a cease and desist scares people, it's as good as having a real copyright. Okay. A slave. At least most of them make sense. It's fine. There's that side of the shirt. Yeah, the one little weak spot. But the thing is, someone needs to have the money to take you to court over it. Or needs to be willing to take the risk to see if you're willing to take them to court over it. And most people don't have that money to take that risk. And that is just one of the ways that copyright is unfortunately skewed to benefit larger corporations as opposed to smaller artists who are the people who actually genuinely could use the protection of copyright. There we go. Yeah, it has something to do with the whole, legalized bribes in the form of lobbying thing. It's almost as if that's a bad thing. But I mean, who could have predicted that allowing politicians to take money from private persons and corporations might be bad in some way. Let's see. That's fine. We'll worry about that later. Please stop lagging, tablet. Yeah. But see, one other difference. Bribery is illegal. Your dad's a politician. Your dad's not a senator. And now, this isn't me saying that there can't be people who get into politics who mean well. I believe that there are people who get into politics for very good reasons. But the problem is, if you have a system that incentivizes corruption, most of the people who get in are going to be those chasing corruption, especially when money is how you get elected, or at the very least, is a prerequisite for election. Even people who won due to reasons other than money, they wouldn't have had a chance if they hadn't been able to get some sort of money together due to how campaigning works. I mean, that is different in like a small town or whatnot. That's a different story. But the things like being a congressman or a representative or a president or, all those very ones. Is that, is he in an elected position? Or is it, I guess to my mind, being a politician, specifically the elected things, though I suppose that's not always the case, especially, usually in dictatorships, but that aside, yes, elected. Okay. You know, my issue is not with the general concept of there being politicians, my issue is with the fact that politicians are legally allowed to get bribes. Which, shouldn't be a thing. I mean, if we want to have things like country's too big for direct democracy, I think. But things like, you know, democratic republics and whatnot, you do kind of have to have elected officials. It's the basis of the system. That's it. Well, no, it's fine. Pressure to the end there. There. There we go. Random question. Let's see what this one's. It needs to be different. Good enough. Good enough for now. What is an unusual job you think you'd be good at? Oh, there's an interesting question. I think fantastic detective. You can do that without being a cop. I mean, I'm a private investigator, I guess. Like, that's kind of the same thing. Of course, that's usually just employed stalking, which isn't. Like, it's better, but it's not by a huge margin. I think that I would do very well, as an announcer for, you know, like the, like, not a real sports game, but, like, pretend, ones. Like, hey, you know, there's, like, the Puppy Bell and whatnot. Like, if you have, like, fake sports things, I think I'd be good at doing announcing for that. Ah, yeah, there's a good one. That's an important job, too. Professional debater? Ah. It does feel like it would be a very strange, job to... I feel like... I know that I would not... It's not that I think I would necessarily do badly at the job. I think that I would be an unhappy person if I were a professional debater. So many idiots who want to debate about things. I would be mad. I would be angry. This doesn't actually matter. It's covered by his hand. Yeah, I don't think I'd enjoy life much if that was my job. Oh, yeah. An important and vital job, I'm sure. I don't quite like this comment. Wait, that's better. If that one's going to be as poofy as it is, this one's going to be as poofy as it is. I'm going to need to make this poofier. Look at all the fluff. Oh yes, they're testing all of the positions. Yeah, I suppose that would be important. It's just that for now. What I should do? Oh, all that shape. Yeah. We'll probably end up making this thinner, but for now it's good. And that's basically all of the lines of the shirts, I do believe. The shirt, the singular shirt. I'm not going to give it buttons. It doesn't even have them in the original. That wrong kind of layer. Yeah, I feel like I could do a good job of being comedic, adapting to what's happening in the silly non-sport thing, but also making it sound kind of like actual sports. Yeah, the vague knowledge of, like, various words from sports, but without enough knowledge about it to really bog me down with the details. Pants. Yep. So technically I'm going to have to break this to make room for the belt, but I'm not going to worry about that yet. Yeah, simple enough. Don't need to do the bottom because the bottom of the leg, that is, because it's covered by the bench. Random phrase in Spanish. Cosy tortillas? They're going to pick up flair bartending for the flips and whatnot. Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun. I would be worried. I'd be like, I'm going to break something. I'm going to hit someone with a drink. It's going to fall on my head. I don't have the coordination for that. And that is going to be boots. What I meant. understandable, but still, I don't really want the broken glass. Like, there are consequences beyond just, oh, I don't own that anymore, that could happen from something glass breaking. Yeah. Not if I did it. It would go so badly. I know it would. I just remembered that these are pants and thus not not the skin, and should actually have the wobbles. Particularly for the part that's going into it. There we are. Oh, do that. Interesting. I never thought about that, but it makes sense. Favorite conspiracy theories. So I don't believe in it in the slightest, but the Loch Ness Monster I adore, because there's a scientist who keeps using it as a way to get funding to study the loch. Like, he doesn't think for a second that anything's actually in there, but he'll be like, oh, well, you know, gotta look for the Loch Ness Monster. So, you know, I need some funding to go look for it, to scan it. Gotta scan the loch. Gotta see if there's any evidence of it. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, Lim. What about you, Ida? What's one for you? Yeah, I know what you mean. But there's genuinely like documentaries about Bigfoot. There's so much about it, it's kind of ridiculous. I actually watched an old Bigfoot documentary, quote unquote, with some friends a while ago. They're absolutely ridiculous. It's interesting. It's creative. It's creative. Yeah, that's enough. Ah, yes. Yes. Okay, is that everything for the pets? It is lovely. I would love to know Toast's favourite one. No one says no for believing in the Bigfoot. Well, theoretically, they could make money from their fairs celebrating the story and or hunts for the monster. I haven't really heard about people actually going and doing hunts beyond, like, a few random little individuals. But there absolutely are towns and such that make money off of Bigfoot merch. Wait, is it only one specific state? I thought it was basically the entire Pacific Northwest that was into Bigfoot. I will load this. Sir William was the fall of Rome, or the Library of Alexandria. You better not have been, Sir William. I would be very mad if you were behind the burning of the Library of Alexandria. Very specific hat that comes to mind. Hat? I don't know. Yes, that is everything for the pants. And now for the belt, which is actually going to go below. Yeah, I'll wait on that till I've done the... Well, no, because it's just... Yeah. That's unnecessary, I think. Do you want this to be fairly smooth, though, because it's a belt cloth. Oh, it's a hallucination! Oh dear, these are getting very personal. I thought it was that you all are figments of my imagination, and that when I stop streaming, then you cease to exist. I seem to recall some people saying that sometime last year, I think. Oh wow, that's an awful build. Okay, I need to move that, aren't I? It's definitely getting thicker there, so we're going to need to thin it. wish I could get away from these teachers. Yours was... You're an AI hating AI? Imagine that would be bizarre. Oh, question. Have you all heard of I'm tired of your AI slop.com? It is a very fun little website. I recommend checking it out if you're bored. You get more this, right? Yes, isn't it lovely? Fantastic little place. Alright, there's that. And I'm going to need to go to hands. Actually. Erase. Ah. Okay. Hands up motion. Sir William. Okay. Next, do we do his little tie thing? Suppose we could do the boots. I'm just putting off doing the hands. I guess it can go here, it doesn't matter that much. So William, boot. It really is just the one. Quite. There we are. Tongue of the boot. Wait, now a second. That should be... that should be thicker. Not thinner. This should be thinner. Such to 8. I immediately disagreed with myself, as you can see that. There we are, a boot. I guess I could try to do the face. That necklace, I do need to do the necklace. Because his are just white pearls, I did believe. Oh, I just realised that, there was a message that Lemon sent that got caught by the auto moderator. That was a while ago. Oh, random question. What is your greatest strength? creativity. I'll go with that. I think that's a good strength. What's I doing? Oh yeah, the neck. Then it's a very nice thing. Yes, should this go above or below? We're going to pull it below. Ah yes, the middle distance. Yeah, we have ads in like 10 minutes. Oh! Thank you for the aid. Oh no. My tab was late. There we go. Back to normal. Wait, what? Oh, right. I was so confused for a moment. I'm like, how could you not have sufficient time tokens? But right, this is a different account. That's a red lumpy looking pearl. A little more evenly sized. You know, Spiritfarer has been an interesting game because I just thought of it now as like, yes, that will be my next stream. And a part of me is like, yay, I get to play more Spiritfarer. And another part of it is going, oh, dear. I'm probably going to have to say goodbye to one of them. That's going to be a lot of emotions. Mixed feelings. But it does take some good art to make that much feeling. Convince Toast to let me on the computer. How am I supposed to convince him? What is he doing on the computer? It is 30 minutes. Oh, have fun. Heretic. I've not heard of that specifically, but that sounds fun. Sounds like it would have similarities to Factorio. This is probably not helpful to the whole convince him to stop playing it thing. Still too big though. That doesn't look like it's making a circle. Yeah, still too big. Oh, where is my music? Where did it go? Is this just a long pause between songs, or? No, it just actually stopped. Okay, I've restarted the music. That was odd. Those long pauses in some of the songs doesn't help either, because I have to wonder, did it actually stop, or am I just imagining it? Is it just a long pause? You never know. What it refused. Change some things for that. Yeah, no, that bell is actually still too big. It's not a lot of space, but that should be it. Aha. I rather put down Roblox after the age verification and getting rid of people who were finding pedophiles fiasco. It's not a platform I trust, is how I'll put it. There were certainly some fun games on it, I'll give you that. That'll work. And... okay, we've got it done from one direction, now we just need to do all of these. And I now realise that all of these look too big for the little pearls I've ended up making. Yeah, I mean... You know, it's one of those places that does feel like it's too big to fail, but that has never actually been a true statement about anything, so... fair. There we are. Time is ticking. You know, I gotta get my Roblox in now before it's not possible anymore. Such a wrinkly circle. Looking. That's a little too big, isn't it? That'll be better. Pop quiz. Oh, what is the pop quiz? No, I didn't. It was asking me if I wanted to rename the pen. I do not. The pen is fine. It's fine as it is. Well, I know that you kin Jax, so I'm going to assume him. Yeah, I don't have ads. Like, I don't remember if you specifically expressed him as being your favourite. I just remember that you said that you kin him, which... Ah. Who's the favourite then? Is it Kinger? King is my favourite. The poor, strange, semi-incoherent dad of the group. Oh, I don't think I can do a drum roll without rattling the microphone terribly, but imagine that I'm making a drum roll for you. And maybe there's a sound effect I should add. For the record, I haven't forgotten that people want to do the head pats, I just haven't figured it out yet. Oh, Kane! That makes sense. Kane is great. I feel like that's a fairly, controversial choice in the fandom, though. Bella! Hello, Bella! How are you doing? It's lovely to see you. Unfortunately, there's an ad about to start, so I'm going to have to go on intermission, but it is so wonderful to see you. Dang it, there are the ads. I'll be back. Alright, we're back. Hello there. Well done. Well done on those hangmans, Edith. It's yellow? No, I don't think, no, it doesn't have a Y. It doesn't have a Y, how could it be yellow? Anyway, how are you all doing? Bella, what have you been up to? Oh, something fun there. Mellow. Oh, yeah, could be mellow. Could also be, the wine, Mellow. Don't know why. Mellow is spelled with E, right? I think so. I would love to see, yes. Fantastic. There are the... Well, that doesn't quite look right, does it? Okay. Little less flattened, a little less squished. Now we've got bells. Okay. That was a lot. And I've decided I'm not happy with that position. Yeah, I think that's a little better. Okay. But yes, dear Belle, what are you working on? What is occupying the mind of Bella? It's fine. Just give a vague sense here that it's building. Okay, that way we have the little puff before it goes into the bits. Alright, I guess it's time for the tie. Save this. Oh no! Oh, that's awful. I've made similar mistakes. It's a part of why I've taken so long to actually make any new colours of fire, is because I made an error when I was making them, so that now making new colours is a lot more complicated than it should be. Okay, tie. Oh, thank you for the yay. And for the yay. Alright, so we start with... am I going to leave multiple layers for this? No, I'm going to make it work in just one layer. How do these ties work in reality? It's even cold. Bedtime. Wait, did the bedtime not work? Oh, you don't have the... Oh, right. I suppose there are some downsides to all of the alter egos. Oh, but how many you must have between all of them? Okay, the internet is not helping me with what these look like. your alt. You say that like you only have one alt. You are on one of your many alts today. Oh, good heavens, those little nodes. 40,000 plus. Oh my goodness. I was just pointing out that you have many of them. Do what you like. Oh, also Bella, Derek has officially agreed to do a Q&A in April, which some people have been wanting apparently. So yeah, you can be terrified again when he speaks to you. I swear, he's not that frightening. It's much too far. Hey, at least I'm letting you know. I'm not asking you to be a part of that stream or anything, I'm just telling you, hey, he'll be there, you know, in case you want to, ask him questions. You could try to put him on the spot instead. I don't know how much you might succeed at that if you tried, but you could try. Oh. Feels... I don't know, something about this feels a little wrong. That's it. Okay, now they're a bit more mirrored. Swoop from one to the other. Kind of going around like this to... Decent enough, I suppose. Aha. See, I say that like it's turned out well, and then I look at it again and I'm not so certain. Yeah, good enough. Good enough. Never mind. I once again look at it and I am dissatisfied. It's not good enough. I think this needs to go further. Oh yeah. Ooh, what is the thing? What sort of a thing is it? Oh, I just realised that your profile picture is Leon from the new Resident Evil. Oh. Totally real ID? Oh my goodness. Totally real ID delivered by a totally real government. Yes. You want me to... Okay. Yeah, let me... capture... Totally real ID. Name, Bella Mary Palaria. Date of birth, 19th of December, 2003. ID, we have a full ID number. I'm reading your ID on the stream. PALB 342889267. Expires April 1st, 1 to 30. I love how it's April 1st. Incredible. Totally real ID delivered by a totally real government. This ID was totally printed by a real government from the totally real country, Nest City. Ah yes, the city country. Oh dear. And signature, Bella Palaria. Your mama's so old she has an autographed Bible. I've never seen a font before that combines the H's and the E's. That's interesting. Yeah, I must say this is actually a much prettier ID than I've ever seen. They're not usually... They don't usually have these fancy designs and these really nice fonts. They're usually very boring fonts. As I see, Nest City strongly values aesthetics. Totally real, yes, of course. Nest City is probably a part of the EU or something, I don't know. I don't know geography very well, so I will just trust that it is a real place. Yeah, wow, that's incredible. I didn't realize that you had a European citizenship. I'm sure that must be a lot of fun. Oh, Edith! Pencil the day. Welcome back on your main account. Okay, now that I've done all that fiddling with Bo. Wait a sec. This is... I don't even need to mess with it that much. That's way too main looking. Let's simplify it a bit. Aha! Good heavens, there's so many time tokens. 44,000? Oh yeah, that's true, eat it. You must see. There we go. Oh, let me show it. Yeah, it's very nice. It's very nice of the city of, or the country of Nest City to allow you to use your VTuber model for your ID picture. Yeah, oh, and they let you bring a weapon in as well. Very progressive country, Nest City. They don't get... Very lax regulations. You know, something that I appreciate about Nest City IDs is that, unlike most countries, they don't require you to have a bunch of information about yourself on there. They're just like, here's a picture. You can look at the picture, look at the person. Good enough. They don't require you to put down, to write your eye color and your hair color, and your gender and all of that. I think it's ridiculous that we have gender on IDs to begin with. As long as you're already done, they don't care. Yeah, they're not so stringent. It doesn't even require you to put your address on there. That's nice. They don't make you dox yourself. Plan to, what is it you're changing? Oh, are you going to try to make the other countries follow suit? That'd be nice. Run by the people. Lovely. It's the good kind of, country to live in. Good heavens, I think that's a few too many nodes. I think there's also a limit to how many of these nodes you're allowed to have. I think at some point it just goes like, nah, you've drawn enough. One of those micro-nations. Have you heard of the micro-nation of Ironland? It is a very small area, and in fact I don't think they technically own the area that they call their country, but you should look it up. I strongly encourage you to look up Ironland. And in case my accent makes it hard to tell, that is iron, as in the metal, land. Okay, there's all that. Let's rename that. Oh, yes! Yes, they're trying to get embassies places. Of course, they don't have a post office, so, you know, there's that. Last I heard, it was. One of those, fun internet things. Oh, no, that was terrible. So bounce like that. Make the gesture easier. I say, and then I mess it up terribly. Oh, hell. That was some unfortunately timed lag. So, aside from getting your Nest City ID, what have you been up to? Okay, that's a bit better. I've been learning about copyright law, personally. I've been getting annoyed at copyright law. Because it's a bit ridiculous, but, you know, what can you do? I'm not Disney, I cannot make modifications to copyright law. So that matches. Okay, now the other thing is, right here we have that, and I don't want to be messing with that at all. Trying to make this not be a tangent. Yeah, it's a tangent, which is actually requiring me to expand this, but that's fine. Go. Tie complete. No, something looks wrong this time. It looks like it's angled straight towards us. I think what I'm going to do is that. Which, sadly, I think is going to require that I restore those lines. Oh well. It might try to just Control Z them into existence. You bake too many cookies. That is an excellent problem to have. That is, I want that problem. Too many cookies. It's incredible. Okay, I think that's alright. I just need to do a little bit. Okay. Right. Okay, that looks very strange right now, but it will look fine in a second. The point of it is to make this less curved. So it seems like it's not quite right enough, doesn't it? One thing I can do is to make this one less white. And then we can make this one a little more wide. Okay. What kind of cookies did you make? Also, it just occurred to me that here you are at, like, almost midnight, just baking cookies? You're having an interesting time tonight. Okay, tie finished. Well, that is essentially all of the clothing for Sir William. Chocolate chip and then 2 other batches with baked in peppermints. Sprinkles with the same chocolate chip cookie batter. I have never had chocolate chip mint cookies, but that sounds absolutely incredible. I want to try that now. Oh, that sounds amazing. Also, where you gone? We did clothing. My progress is slow, but we're making it. I guess next is face. William face. And yes, I am still avoiding doing Sir William's hands. But in my defense, they're hurt. The other 2 batches aren't quite done yet. Frankly, I feel like I added a little too much of the chocolate chip quantity. You can't have too much chocolate chip. At worst, you make it 100% chocolate chip, and then you just have discs of chocolate. I rather lost the grip there at the end. Of course, we also need to make a mustache. But I think I'm just going to do the face and have the mustache on top, in essence. Oops. Yeah. So now it's a brownie instead of a cookie. I think, well, because isn't the difference between brownie and cookie being more like cake-like texture? I don't know enough about baking to know what you put in to make it cake-like as opposed to cookie-like. Hold up, wait, Bella, are you still here? Do I have all my girls together? I don't think. Well, I guess technically I have you all together for the charity stream, but like this would be the first time in my stream. Oh, good heavens, there's a bad lag. I hope you don't mind me referring to you that way, Cirilla. But yes, it's. I mean, we don't have Bella's other fathers, but to be fair, she's got a lot of that family. Minus the 100 spouses. Do you mind referring to you as one of my girls? I know that gender is, at least last I heard, a little more complicated than that for you. Thanks. Lovely. Yes, I do finally have all of my girls together in one of my streams. Oh, there's the mistake, I think. Lovely. By force. Alright, I'll let him know. I don't know how he's going to feel about that. He's quite adamantly against the idea of having children, but to be fair, if the child is someone that he has no responsibility for, and in fact hasn't met yet, that might be a little, that might be okay for him. I think I actually want to allow this a little further. There we go. Okay. Face. I realise there's no real defined nose shape for grey here, but oh well. Alexander. To be fair, Alexander would probably be more into the general title, given that he is already an uncle. I'm 5 to 1.5 cookies. You made 4 batches of cookies and ate 1.5. Oh heavens. That is hilarious. Yeah, that's fine. That looks a little odd, but we're going to cover some hair. That's always a pain. Now, technically the nose is a little high on the face, but yeah, it's fine. It's stylized. Stylized, we need room for the mustache anyway. Maybe I will make it a little more defined there. So, yeah. Fantastic. Maybe. Yeah. Okay, maybe I do need to change that a little. I could guess. Not for, okay, you made 3 batches. Still though. It's still a lot. It's still a lot, and that's still funny. Okay, let's just add a bit, and then it's going to take a lot of work. Let's see. Select. There we go. Aha. I think they get older by a little bit, like a few months. But yeah, Bella's definitely older. Yeah, because Cirilla had her birthday just a while ago. At least it felt like a little while ago to me. I suppose it might have been several weeks, but my perception of time, it's not great. We're just going to pretend that the reason is because of all the time traveling instead of my ADHD. I'm glad that you're excited by finding out that you're the youngest. That is true, you are the middle child. As am I, my IRL family. Although that's been relevant for a while, given that I, moved away many years ago. Then, time travel, all that jazz. But I was indeed a middle child for a while, but like a weird sort of middle child. Because the one younger than me was a decade younger than me, so it wasn't quite like the typical middle child experience. Genuinely, I think that she does get more attention, but I think that's because she talks more. No, not at all. Not at all, dear. I'm just saying that you talk more than Cirilla does. It's not that there's anything wrong with how much you talk, it is just a different amount, and thus, well, if you say more things, I'll probably say more things back. Okay. I do not... I mean, I have social skills now, but they are not something that I got genetically. I had to build them up very manually. That's where you get the social skills, then. Good heavens, he does have them. To be fair, he did have to build them up himself as well, mostly by watching Markiplier, which I think is hilarious. But but he is, of the two of us, he's the social one. I must say, when I decided to be a VTuber, I did not imagine that Derek Empreg was where the path was going to go. Maybe I should have, but I didn't. Okay, that's face. Should I make that a face? No, we'll make it a separate layer. Oh, we'll also put this. That one took you a while to process. I can understand that. I can see why that would take a minute to genuinely. Now give it black, please. Excellent. Yeah, she's bold, that's for certain. Alright, we have enough Sir William that if you get rid of the sketch, mostly looks like a person. Okay, next. Mustache. A lot of little pieces. You know, yeah, we need that in the quotes channel. We do. That needs to be the. If have you already? Well, yeah, well, excellently done, Cyrilla. Trying to determine if the cookies gave me the stomachache or if it was eating too much. Well, when did the stomachache start compared to the cookies? Well, I suppose compared to the eating of the cookies. That reminds me though, there is a quote function in Mix It Up that I haven't figured out how to use yet. I should learn how to use it and then put that quote in there. I'll go through the entire quotes channel, don't worry. Yes, I saw that. Fantastic. I love it. Yeah, some things must be recorded for all of eternity. Alright, no, so. I'm going to stop messing with it. Don't kiss my mother. A cookie's supposed to have milk. Depends a bit on the cookie. It's not uncommon. Because I have a quiet computer. Oh, I see. I'll be honest, I thought that you had acquired the computer and that's why you were back on your main. You know what? I'm going to choose to not tell Derek this information so that it can be revealed to him on stream. Oh heavens, how am I going to do that? How am I going to represent him on stream? I don't like it when he occasionally, after I finish streaming, I'll leave my phone on with my model, and sometimes he'll come up to me and it will start tracking him, and he'll start piloting my model, and I don't like it. It feels wrong. Did you know you're a mom? Yes, we were. Were you aware that you had achieved motherhood? Alright, I'm going to try to leave this alone and move on to something else. I suppose I should probably do the hair. Okay, so that needs to be above the face. Well, this part of it does. Forward hair. There we go. At least some of this can be done. It's swoops. Decent. Two. I think I kind of like it. Right then again. Yeah, that's pretty nice. There we go. Okay, so doing the hair is going a lot better than I expected it to. Interesting. Do I have something like that? Oh, right, I need to not do that because that is the behind her and I'm working on the forward hair. Yeah, no, I definitely wasn't going to make that mistake or anything. Just leave that there. Well, maybe I should. Bring this bit forward somehow to look that. I don't need that many pieces. There we go. See, that's fine. That's good. You're going to, you're going to make for an interesting time for Derek, that's for sure. I think what I'm going to do is before we actually get to the Q&A, I will have people submit questions. Just so that if someone doesn't end up able to show up, and can't actually ask their question directly, it still gets asked. And he can still answer your nonsense. Would you rather sing well and dance poorly, or sing poorly and dance well? I would rather sing well. The only thing that I really want to be able to dance for is drag, which I would love to do, but there are lots of things that I would like to do singing for, so high priority. Not that I'm any good at either at the moment, but that's fine. Yeah, that's okay. There we go. Pretty little swoop of hair he gets there. And then we're going to have some hair that ensures that I don't have to draw an air. Actually, what I'm going to do is just... No, I shouldn't do that. Well, I guess the other option would be to have another bit of curling, have some going that way. Yeah. And this one can just sort of fade in. Okay, it is. Just fading in. I know technically that should be an air there. We're going to ignore that. It's fine, don't worry about it. But here we have the hairline. Quite lightly bring it further in for the ponytail. Giving a ponytail, I like that decision, either. I think it works very well for him. She's back asleep. Music, a lovely thing. Unfortunately, I can't listen to music to go to sleep because I share a bedroom with Derek, and I don't want to wake him up because he's always asleep by the time I go to bed. Oh, and some other stuff. But welcome back. Well, then I suppose we know exactly where your priorities are then. Makes that question easy. But there's the same decision I'd make. I would love to be able to sing well. Someday. I'm going to go ahead and snooze the ad just for a bit. let's see, do I have enough that he looks like a real person? Well, I don't have his eyes, and that might be a bit of an issue. But yeah, it looks like a person, more or less. Incredible. I need more flyaways up there. Back there. Yeah, that's one of my goals for this year is to learn more about singing and learn more about the guitar. I own one, so I kind of better learn how to use it. Also, Lemon, I'd like to apologize. I missed that the auto mod stopped one of your messages earlier. I didn't see that until like 20 minutes later. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like 20 minutes after I look over and I'm like, hold up, there's something in the auto moderator. Wait a second, that's Lemon. Oh no, Lemon was contributing to the conversation. So yeah, I was not ignoring you. I just didn't realize you had said something. Yeah. I do that myself. Okay. Hair. Probably have something somewhere to indicate more shape of hair, but we're going to leave that for now. Oh, this should be a part of the back of the hair, shouldn't it? In order to not mess with the collar. And then we can do that with it. Good to know that I'm in good company then. Yeah, it's one of the things that I've had to get better at with streaming, is that people will comment on things that I just said, and I'm like, I have no idea what I just said. You responded to something I said, but I don't know what it is. The moment it left my mouth, it's not in my head anymore. It's escaped. Middle of match. Oh, playing Roblox. Oh yeah. And there goes. Oh, I should actually. No, I guess that actually works fine, doesn't it? Well. Yeah, I will be going on ads in about seconds. Which reminds me, there's the other thing that I need to do. The back hair reminds me of it, not the ads. See, I like that, but it needs to be a more significant change in angle. So that it doesn't look like just a duplicate of that. Yeah, that helps. I think also lowering this will help. And length. Some very strange things were said in your absence, Lemon. It is gotten into the quotes channel yet again. Oh, yeah. Oh, yep, ad starting soon. Off I go, see you in about 3 minutes. How's everyone doing? I hope that your ads were not overly obnoxious. Oh, yes, I'm on the folder, that's why it doesn't want to let me draw. Oh, speaking of which, what are we actually making? What's the next layer? I need to modify that. Red balloons! Oh, that's amazing! That is hilarious. I'm being sponsored by Red. Yeah, that's fair, Lemon. Shame. That isn't quite right. No, I'm going to leave it for now. I'm going to leave that one for now. However, this. Okay. Just so that it's more obvious that that's on purpose. Okay, I should probably make his face, like the eye, which I guess just needs to be here. So William, eye. I mean, in the end, the eye is going to end up being an entire folder, but this is the start. Probably should have done that. It's two different. Wait a second. Let's try that again. In the correct layer type. There we go. And this time we will do this as two different. Like that. Yeah, that'll do that. A whole lot, it's a little bit. So we'll. Like, obviously some wobble is perfectly fine, but too much begins to annoy me. Also, let's try that again. There we go, except for what of the heavens is going on there. Much better. The line work tool is so useful, but it does allow me to indulge my perfectionism. Perhaps a smidge too much. Okay. But there's an eye. And it's pretty alright. Yeah, that's fine. Now that lighter there. Well, to give him just a little bit of grace as he is older, so should be evidence of it. Wanted to be clear that that's not eyeliner. Like, not that I mind Sir William wearing eyeliner or anything, but the wrinkle is not eyeliner. Is going to go back to the face. I must say, this is actually one of the things that I love most about humans is things like laugh lines. This is one of the reasons that growing older makes me happy, is that the evidence that you've lived builds up. And I just think that's incredibly neat. Eventually I'm going to start going grey, and I genuinely look forward to that. I'll admit, partially because people keep mistaking me for a teenager, and that's getting a bit ridiculous. Like, there's one thing when I was like 22, and people thought that I was a teenager. But getting a bit... I'm in my late 20s. It's... I should not be having that problem anymore. And people that I talk to about it, especially if they're older than me, they're always like, oh, well, you should be grateful. People are thinking that you look young, like, that's great. And I'm like, I don't want to be mistaken for a child. I would like people to take me at least somewhat seriously. I'm trying to run a business. It's very difficult to run a business if no one thinks that you're an adult. Anyway. What's next? Oh, I bet he actually looks like a whole entire human person now. Look at that. Oh, maybe I do want to make that of that more. I mean, I cannot disagree with that. That being said, I would like people to believe that I have basic competence. I'm not concerned about being seen as particularly old, but so long as people know that legally I'm allowed to be in the places that I work. Like, sometimes I have to go to a casino for my job, and I am allowed inside of those. I don't go there unless I'm working, but I'm allowed. What do you mean, shh? What do you mean? And the worst thing is, I'm being mistaken for that age group by people who don't respect that age group. Because people who are, in their 30s for the most part, don't have any respect for teenagers. It's like, they should definitely have more respect for them. But I would also like them to have, respect for me, please. I guess it's not really respect that I'm worried about so much. I just want to be able to do my job. But hey, it is convenient for some acting things. I can pretend to be a child. No, not the entire path. Yes, absolutely. And I find it like, there's one thing to be said, about people who expect others to treat them like an authority figure before they'll treat them like a person. But what's even more wild is the people who expect to be treated like an authority figure by teenagers, but refuse to even treat them like people. I have a Hispanic friend who's shorter than me and is nearly a legal adult. Yeah, past a certain amount of height isn't much of an indicator of age. I should know, I live with two giants. I'm sure they've been taller than I am now since they were, like, your age. It's actually an issue for particularly tall kids, because people will think they're older, and Derek had issues where people would be like, why are you trick-or-treating? And he was like 9, but they thought that he was a teenager because he was so tall. And, like, the solution to that is to not care if teenagers go trick-or-treating. I don't know why anyone's bothered by that. Trick-or-treating's fun. Do you want the teenagers to be doing something else? It's a great activity for Halloween. They're not getting into trouble. Which is usually what people like that are worried about. Like, they're teenagers, they'll do bad things. What if they're trick-or-treating? They're just getting candy. Some people say, if you respect me, I'll respect you, and what they mean is, treat me like an authority figure and I'll treat you like a person. I think that's somehow being fair. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like those people. I get carded, but I'm also exactly 21, so I'm pretty chill with that. I'm at the age that should be carded in question because I'm badly allowed. Frankly, I am personally of the opinion that everyone should always be carded, period. Like, I don't care if that person looks 90, card them. Because that way there's no judgment, there's no judgment calls being made. You're just always doing it, and everyone will always expect it, and then you don't have the issue of someone being like, oh, well, I thought this person was an adult. It's like, they were just a mature-looking teenager. Still not quite fond of how that ribbon has turned out. I feel like what I really need is to swap these two ribbons. Can I do that? Can I just swap them? So, and to be clear, I don't mind getting carded, which doesn't happen often because I don't drink, but mostly if I need to buy cough medicine, that doesn't bother me at all. You know, if you think I'm under 21, that's fine. I don't really care. Just so long as you know that I'm old enough to own a business and you're not like, oh yeah, that's nice, honey. That's what I did when I worked at the dollar store. System wouldn't allow me to sell cigarettes without scanning an ID. Yes, that is how it should be. It wouldn't allow me to sell spray paint without scanning an ID. Okay, fascinating. I feel like I know the concept behind it, but I really do feel like children should be able to have art supplies. And it's like, I don't think that parents are locking away the spray paint or making sure that they're supervising their teenager anytime, you know, they're using the spray paint. I think maybe which things people must be carded for is a little strange, but I do think that for things that genuinely they should be carded for, it should be every time. Okay, so that. Yeah, but it's just, there's all sorts of things that you can do that with. Like, including school supplies. Please don't stop the children from getting school supplies. Okay, so transform. Only to rotate this. Probably need to make it a little smaller as well. At least thinner. That, then we'll just adjust it a little. Yeah, honestly, I think that looks better. That, just... You can get high just by just staying awake too long. You know, start cutting for being awake. You can also do it by depriving yourself of oxygen via other means. I have family members who would, like, not... They would just, like, hold down each other's chests so that they couldn't breathe. There's some strange people in my family. Like, there are always going to be ways. I remember getting cough syrup and commenting to Derek, like, oh, it's strange, it feels odd that you have to card for this. Like, there's so little concerning substance in it. And the guy at the register is like, oh, well, you can use it to make some sort of drug, I don't know what it was. And I'm like, if you have the chemistry knowledge to turn this into that drug, I don't think that the ID is going to be what stops you. It's just, I don't think that's going to be the deciding factor. If you have that much chemistry knowledge, I think you know how to make a fake ID. I don't remember which one it was. I don't remember which one was mentioned. I just remember being like, I think... Also, like, it's cough syrup. It's not... That's not going to be hard to acquire at your house. That's the rest of the time. Okay, this one. Going to need to, split that up. Concern for now. actually true legally, though. It's this bizarre thing where if you are under 18, at least in some states, if you're under 18 and your parents give you alcohol, it's fine. Which I think means that you then have like a 3-year gap where your parents can't give it to you because you're not a minor anymore, and you can't buy it yourself, and you're not supposed to drink it. But yeah, your parents are, at least where I live, are allowed to give you alcohol. I assume that is provided that they themselves are 21, but to be fair, if they're not at least 21, the child should not be receiving alcohol anyway. For completely different reasons. Yeah, though, if you don't get caught, there's never consequences, but even if there was police present, there wouldn't be consequences because it's just not actually a crime if your parents give it to you. Which I think largely is for religious reasons. There are some religions where drinking alcohol is important, which I guess technically is some parts of Christianity that believe that the communion has to be alcohol. Yeah, so there are workarounds even that are legal even. Okay, so that is technically that, but probably... Yeah, that's fine. There we go. I forgot to mute my other phone. It's also legal for certain religious ceremonies wholesale. Parents removed from the equation. I guess that makes sense. Okay, I've messed with the tie yet again. I'm going to combine this together, and then I'm going to mess with this part of the tie because it's fun. Going to keep bringing these two sides together until it stops looking strange to me. Good enough. Good enough. I say it's like messing with it. Okay. Pro giving small amounts of alcohol to teenagers. Then as let them learn in the company of a safe adult. That it tastes awful. They don't go to college and play college out on a Tuesday. Yeah, no, I think that having first experiences with things like alcohol in the presence of responsible people is a good idea. Also, I agree. I think that... Well, see, I'm not entirely certain about that. I know that I didn't have any interest in trying alcohol because when I was quite small, not yet a teenager, a family member, gave me a tiny little taste of the alcohol. And it was so disgusting that I was like, oh, I don't ever want to have that again. And that successfully turned me off alcohol, to the point that I did not intentionally have alcohol, until I was... until after I started VTubing, I think. I did accidentally have alcohol before then, but that's a different story. Make it round on this side, it'll make it a little more, like it's at an angle. There we go. Yeah, and when I finally did try alcohol again, I did discover that I think that I just can't stand the flavour of alcohol, and I seem to be able to taste it more easily, than most people. Like, I've had drinks where people are like, oh, you can't taste the alcohol. They're wrong. I can. And it tastes bad. Oh no, you thought it was Rupert? Yeah, I have never had beer because of the smell. I grew up around beer, and I've always despised the smell, to the degree that I would never even consider putting that close to my mouth. It's, no, if it tastes anything like how it smells, I do not want to experience that. Okay. That is nearly everything. I'm going to do the, accessories, so that I don't have to do the heads. It's funny though, because I do enjoy learning about alcohol. For example, I learned a while ago about how there was some of the earliest known hymns were about alcohol and the goddess who was associated with the making of alcohol. And there were jars that were known to make the good alcohol, and they were believed to be blessed. And apparently the reason was that they had imperfections on the inside that, you know, the stuff that fermented the alcohol grew in very well. There's one thing I've heard is worse than that, and that is Marlot. But that's only popular because it's really nasty. Thankfully, things that are like nasty is a gimmick. Yeah, I swear though, that feels like that's a lot of alcohol. Like, a lot of alcohol, people will talk about it in terms that maybe they mean it as a positive thing, but to someone who doesn't drink, it sounds like they're celebrating the fact that it tastes bad. Like vodka and whiskey. Like, the way people talk about that does not make it sound like they're enjoying the flavour. It sounds like they enjoyed the challenge of it. If your life was a video game, what would the genre be? What would the genre be? I think it would be a time management sim. Because heavens knows that's one of the greatest struggles I have in life. An old-fashioned does taste almost like an alcoholic sweet tea. Interesting. Psychological horror, oh dear. That's concerning. Honestly, so far, the majority, putting aside wine, which was just bitter and bad, most of the alcohol that I've had tastes like a bad version of a drink that I like. Like whether it's cider or something else, it usually tastes like, oh, this is like a drink that I would enjoy if someone decided to just add bad into it. It needs to be good whiskey, like Maker's Mark or better. Alcohol is something where the price point and fanciness quality do very much matter. Ah. I see. I hope, Cirilla, that the genre changes soon. This is way too many points. Cheap whiskey and expensive whiskey, up to a certain point, are two entirely different drinks. I see. See, I was just going off of the way that I heard people talk about them, because people talk about, especially like with vodka, where they talk about how it burns and such, which does not sound pleasant. Yeah, those are wildly different things. I need to look up the reference really quick. You miss me, but I'm right here, dear. Burn of vodka / whiskey is actually a very enjoyable feeling, at least to me. Burn isn't really the right word. More the chemical warmth reverberating through your gut, like there's a bonfire in your stomach. Huh. See, a part of me is like, that sounds bad, but another part of me is like, I do like really hot drinks, so maybe it's kind of like that. I just need something to show this to me. Oh well, okay. The internet has determined that monocles are never worn unless one is looking directly at the camera. It's very simple. The only difference is that whiskey doesn't have to be actually hot to do that. Interesting. But Ada, darling, why are you missing me? That's decent. Feels a little too much like an oval. Okay, shape. It's a circle. I should have made this a different colour. Yeah, let's there we go, we'll just line it up to this. And that way I know for sure that it will look more or less like a circle. Okay, so it needs to have more point here. There we go. You're scared? What? Oh, are you playing one of the horror ones? The burn is actually more enjoyable to me than the feeling of actually being tipsy. I like the warm, although I do prefer gin taste-wise. It doesn't actually have the burn. Let's see. Well, I can certainly understand choosing things sometimes not as much for the taste as for other factors. Be quiet, phone. I'm busy. The thing that I hate about that notification sound is half the time I will go to check my phone to try to figure out what the heavens that notification was, and it won't tell me. It won't tell me why it made the noise. I'm just stuck there, confused, wondering what on earth it wanted from me. And it refuses to tell me. Alright, there's a decent one. Oh, there's thunder. Oh, dear. I hope that you are in a good, safe place, and that you're not too close to the thunder. At least I know that you're not going to be going outside at, what, 4 AM? I need this to be on top. That. Oh, no, that section there. Much better. Getting this to be similar shapes on top and bottom is an issue. Choosing things for other factors other than taste, why alcohol and coffee are popular. Huh. It just seems like there are a lot of people who insist that the flavour is a big factor. Derek certainly likes the flavour of coffee, which, of bottles me, but, you know, to each their own, I suppose. It tastes like ash. Ash is not appetizing. Why is he drinking the ash juice? And it even really is ash, like it's just burnt things. Okay, how is that? Good enough. And I am not going to... I didn't give him eyebrows? I should give him eyebrows. Eyebrow? Flavor is a big factor, but it's very much an acquired taste. If it is your thing, there's a whole world of complexities and mixed drinks and bean sauces and whatnot, but if it's not your thing, it's just hot net water. Yes, that is very much my experience. Of course, Derek also likes things like kombucha, which also tastes like hot... Well, no, that's cold net water. That shape. Okay, I've read. You should have. I can't believe I forgot that time. Wait, why is it red? No, black, please. Yeah, well, it's... To use Derek's word, it's pungent. So William doesn't have any eyebrows on him right now, so, oh, hold up a second. So William, I almost... Wait. Did I just put that? No, I didn't. Mustache, there it is. Won't be able to see it on that, but at least it's on that. Back to the eyebrow. Definitely going to need to change this. Oops. There we go. It's good if you like things that are fat. Still there at that. Yeah, if you're into things that are just kind of, you know, kind of taste awful, you might like it. So that is a thing. However, this is on curved edge. Oh yeah, I need to make this eye flatter. Specific that. Now the entire thing. Okay, I'm going to leave that for the moment. Get to the eye. Okay. Just that. Okay, so you won't really be able to see all of this. Specifically, that is invisible now, but that is a more reasonable eye shape. Good night. Sleep well. Sleep off. Yes. Okay. So, eyebrow. I feel like that should be above the eye. I know it doesn't matter because it's not going to intersect it, but still, it feels like it should be above the eye itself. Okay. Let's take that. Okay, it's a decent eyebrow. I'll leave it for now. I think I have successfully avoided dealing with the hands. Yeah, those look like a nightmare. So wait, which hand is that? I never drew the thumb! I never drew the thumb! Oh dear. Yeah, great reason to not deal with that tonight. Oh, what's that? How does this look? Look at that, he's almost... dang it. Oh, wait, no, that's fine. I just need that. And, so yes, the hands really are all I need except for the hairband. Accessories. This is just going to do... Oh, I've been working for a smaller... That's fine, that's fine. Yeah, that's kind of thick, actually. The alpha male podcast bros are just Scientologists. Oops, all misogyny. Selling courses that teach you how to get rich by selling courses. I mean, really, it's just a pyramid scheme. Yeah, I feel like they should have not enough. Because I wanted to have the 3 distinct regions there. Wait. Oh, yeah, that works. Like, it doesn't need to be terribly distinct, but if you can kind of tell that there are three bands, that's what matters. At least on one side. Yeah, kind of. Oh, how about a second? You need to actually, well, I mean, actually, I guess technically we don't. That could be the explanation for why it's coming out there. It's only in 3 of them. Well, no, I feel like Sir William would do a better job at putting in his ponytail elders. Yeah. All evangelical religions are pyramid schemes. Yeah, I mean... So, I think that it doesn't quite count as a pyramid scheme only by virtue of the fact that most of them do not require converting other people in order to get the reward. For anyone where converting people is necessary to actually get, heaven or whatever the promised benefit is, those ones are pyramid schemes. Which is, I think is that how Jehovah's Witnesses work? Would you rather never use social media or never watch movies again? I mean, it probably wouldn't be a bad thing to not use social media. It's not required, but it's greatly encouraged. I see. Because they're the ones who, how well you do it, like there's a limited number? Wait, is that the Mormons? Because the one where there's a limited number, even if it's not required, if you only get 4,400 people who are making it into heaven, then you kind of have to, because your performance is what decides if you get in. Though I suppose that it does make it a little different from a pyramid scheme, because if your convert does better than you, they might usurp your place in heaven? That's an odd thought. I don't know that much about Jehovah's Witnesses, I'll be honest. Anyway, it's about time that I head out. I have saved. Yes, we're good. I live in a standing ground state. You can knock on my door if you want, but you never know what's on the other side. Yeah, I can imagine that would discourage a certain amount of door-to-door anything, really. Let's see, who shall we raid out to? Let's a good few people. Interesting. Oh, hold up. We have. Oh no, wait, that stream's been an awful long time. They're probably getting ready to end. Let's not. Let's see. Who else is doing it? Oh my goodness. Someone's making a cat. But they've also been streaming for a very long time. Yeah, my state is very far from stand your ground as a concept. So we have got... we've gotten... I think they were Mormon. And they... I guess maybe this ties in with the strangest thing you've seen a stranger do. They asked us if we knew any Brazilians. And to be clear, Brazilians was their term. They didn't say Brazilian people from Brazil. They said, do you know any Brazilians? And we were so confused by this question. Understandable. Yeah, we were so befuddled. It was bizarre. Genuinely bizarre. Like, what do you do? What do you do with... What do you do with that question? Alright, we are going to raid into Merrily Art, who is doing Life 2D rigging right now, which I think is absolutely fascinating. So, raid start. Feel free to type in !join raid if you will be coming with us. And if you're still awake, I hope, that Edie has fallen asleep. I'm glad that you had fun. You as well, take care. And, yes, everyone, remember to drink water or similar hydration. Eat food, get rest if you need it. Oh, hello there. We're going to be, raiding into another art streamer. Hopefully, the calm vibes will help to keep things calm for you. I hope that the storm stops being scary soon. Alrighty. As always, thank you so much for coming by, radio listeners, and tune in next time, for more Spiritfarer. I think I'll be sad. I think someone's going to say goodbye. We'll see. Alrighty. Take care, all of you. I shall see you another time. Bye-bye.